Hello guys, welcome to the final table of the Benelux Masters. This is at Banco Casino in Bratislava. These guys down to the last 8 players of this tournament. I think there's around 25,000 euros up top, 24,400, something like that. Blinds 100k, 150k big blind with 150k big blind ante. You see our chip leader there, 134 big blinds. Absolutely monstrous stack coming into this final table. He's got just over double second. So this could be a very, very interesting one to watch. See how the kind of middle stacks and short stacks navigate their way with this this curious ICM coffin that some of them are going to find themselves in. So it should be a good one. 20 million chips. huge number of players in this tournament. It was 150k guaranteed. So they got well over 1,000 players. I'll get the exact numbers as soon as I can. Get a bit more information about this. Just getting their mugshots done. Celebrity, I recognise seat 1. He's won something at Banco before. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I might have been doing the commentary for that final table as well. To be honest, I do definitely something. It really sticks out. So. Just sending a message to get some information about the tournament. I didn't get sent it before this started. Got sent some other stuff about what's coming up in the not too distant future at Banco, but nothing pertaining to this tournament in particular. I saw the payouts once posted on social media somewhere. I saw that there was about 25k up top, so we'll go off that for now. I would assume they've all locked up about 2,000 euros right now, 1,800, something like that. And then the pay jumps are going to be relatively mild until like top 4, and then there'll be some interesting pay jumps. Sandor, I think that must be our man. The only name I recognise from that list. Short stack there, 12 big blinds, so not super duper short. Actually a very deep stacked final table on average. When the chip leader has 134 big blinds in a tournament of this kind of buy-in level, you would expect everybody else to have absolutely zero. 10 bigs to 15 bigs, but there's still a chunk of stacks. The average is like 50 big blinds or something, so this could be a nice long one. So yeah, 24,770 euros for first, 14,770 for second. Big jump there, 10k heads up. 2,270 euros locked for everybody at the moment. 800 euro next pay jump. This is Mick just giving everybody a rundown of what's the rules of the final table, etc. Making sure everybody puts their cards on the reader and stuff so we can see what's going on. Mate Sandor. So seat 2 in chess. It's saying 8-handed. Okay, there we go. We can give him the right list now. There we go. So seat 1, Mate Sandor. Yeah, that's our man from before. Win. I'll have a look in a minute when we get into the final table a bit. Seat 2, we got Cedric Glinier. Not sure where he's from. See if we get some flags on the screen. Seat 3, we got Pavel Zikavsky. Gregory Pinchas, seat 4. Robin Cornet, seat 5. Jan Repak, seat 6. Stefan Buga, seat 7. And Alexander Veseka in seat 8. Apologies for all those names which I absolutely butchered. Robin Cornet. That was an easy one. So, shout out Robin. Robin, our chip leader there in seat 5. Looks like a young poker player. Looks these days, so we'll see what he's got for us. A couple of other young guys at this table. Youngish. I guess not. Everyone looks to be kind of 30s or older, I guess. Wouldn't necessarily classify that as young. Don't actually see that many young people in Slovakia compared to a lot of places. You see this buy-in in like the UK, you'd see a lot of like 18, 19, 20-year-olds, but in Slovakia you don't seem to see them so much. Everybody seems to be a bit older. I guess maybe that has more to do with the economy, I suppose. Suspense is killing me, guys. Come on. So coming up in a couple of weeks' time, first week of August, there's the 30th anniversary of the Banco Masters with a 250k guarantee, €170 buy-in. Special edition. There was a special edition one of these recently, and it was absolutely fantastic. Really well run as always. Great turnout. Massive first place for a tiny little buy-in. So if you're looking for a tournament to play, or maybe a little bit of break or a getaway to Europe somewhere, there's plenty of stuff coming up in the next few weeks. And then in October there's the festival as well. It's just called the festival, but it's 500k guaranteed main event, €550 buy-in. There's the first 500k guaranteed tournament in Slovakia, so that's going to be really good as well. There'll be a bunch of side events going on, but the Masters not a festival, just a straight up one tournament job. There we go, first hand. King 3 suited under the gun. Not a hand we're going to want to be V-pipping is the middle stack. Chip leader could open that one, but +1 ace-6 suited, much more reasonable hand to be opening. That ace blocker is much more important than the king, and the 3's blocking some of the folds in the blinds and the weaker hands. You don't want to be blocking the weaker hands so much. The 6 unblocks some of those hands the big blind's going to fold, so much better equity, better playability post flop. 3's in a small blind, chip leader. Probably going to see this one peeled. We're around 40 big blinds deep, so no reason to fold this one just yet. Free betting seems very unnecessary, so I think he's just going to want to peel here, try to flop a set. Oh, that's cool. 275, so a little over a min raise. They open. 8-6 off in the big blind, getting out of the way. Rightly so. 10 big blinds stack in the big blind there, 11 big blind stack, so if he can fold and, you know, there's a player covered in this hand, there could potentially be fireworks, and he could make money just by folding and not being involved. Chips will have a dollar value now at this stage of the tournament. Ace-5, 4, 2 diamonds, so 3's flopping the gut shot. He's going to want to continue one against a small bet. We'll see what size a man with the ace-6 chooses. Goes for 475, around 40% pot. Robin just calling with the 3's. I think this is fine, having our stack and the implied odds. A good board for villain as well, so when the deuce does peel off, it's not like the small blind's not going to have that much 3x or that much for the under the gun player to be worried about. At times he has like hands like ace king, ace queen. Those hands are still going to be strong value on a board like this, even when the deuce and the 3 complete. It's just those pocket pairs, and then there's no other combos really. The odd like ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited, but when you block the ace and there's an ace on the board, makes those combos less likely. Queen of spades on the turn doesn't change anything. Alexander might elect to check a hand like this back, go for value with his stronger ones like the ace-jack, ace-10, and then have some of these in the check river so that when all the draws miss on the river and Robin wants to bluff some hands, then he has some stuff to bluff catch with. If he just bets all of his ace-x on the turn and then checks like a queen or worse, then he has quite a capped range on the river. Does check it back. Robin does make the straight on the river, the offsuit deuce. So now all the hands that Robin could potentially have peeled the flop with, there are a lot of hands that Robin could have potentially peeled the flop with that have bricked now, so like 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, and obviously diamond flush draws. So not an easy fold for Alexander to make. There is going to be some ace-x in Robin's range. He's going to flat more ace-queen pre at this stack depth because it doesn't want to free bet, get it in for 40 bigs, doesn't really want to free bet fold. Obviously ace-jack, ace-10, some ace-9 suited. He's going to peel a lot of suited ace-x from a small blind as well, so there is some stuff to worry about for value, but this bigger size is a good size from Robin. Not just trying to milk it for value. He knows that Alexander's still going to have some ace-x in that check range. I just think that when you got the 6 of clubs, that's one of the cards that you want Robin to have in his hand when he's bluffing. 6-7 suited is one of the good ones because it doesn't block diamonds. So having 6-7 of clubs would be a great hand to bluff here, but it does get paid off. I don't know if ace-6 can find a fold there. It's a tricky spot, really tricky spot. I think you can't be faulted for paying that one off. Generally people are quite value heavy though, so sometimes you can just kind of fold these hands that you're unsure about facing big bets because statistically speaking people just have value a lot of the time, so you can just kind of fold and think, oh, maybe I'm wrong, but you still have a lot more money in your stack the times you're wrong and you fold, and there are a lot of stacks shorter than you at this final table as well, so folding doesn't impact your stack, and it also doesn't impact your standing in the tournament very much, whereas calling and being wrong impacts your stack, which is worth money right now, and also impacts your standing on the tournament, can move you down the ladder a couple of spots, which when everybody else is playing tight above you, puts you on the chopping block sooner than you might need to be. But that being said, ace-6, it's a tough one, really tough spot. The 6 of clubs, yeah, not great. But then he also is not going to have too much ace-x to choose from. It's not like he's going to have like ace-king or ace-queen because he bets the turn with those. Ace-jack probably bets the turn, even ace-10. Maybe ace-10's like his strongest one, so he's got a few that are stronger. I guess the ace-10 and ace-9 are slightly better because they don't block 6, 7, 8, but like ace-8, ace-7, ace-6, none of them are particularly great. So, but those are what you mostly have when you check the turn. Ace-deuce is good, obviously, because you'd have a straight. Ace-3, you'd have 2 pair, so not much to call with if he doesn't call with that. Ace-8 on the button for Robin, easy open when you're a chip leader. Just going to be opening super wide, I imagine. I'm free off in the big blind, no thank you. 40 bigs, so I've got a few of those 40 big blind stacks knocking around, a couple of 60 big blinds. Let's see what Mate won in the mob. Hungarian, he won. €110 Bratislava Cup. February 22 for €15,000, and then he got second in the Banco Masters in April. That was the anniversary one, so he got second for 23k, nice score there. So he's had a couple of good scores in these, flicking through his hand and mob. A few low stakes in Vienna, and the kind of 2014, 2016, 2018, he was just playing those like 40 to €200 in Vienna. And he's been coming over to Bratislava playing all these stuff. He's had a couple of deep runs, a couple of nice scores, so interesting to see how he's playing. Ooh, bit of a cooler developing. Ace Queen under the gun +1 all in. Yeah, I think we just fold, to be honest. Ace Queen off is just not doing very well against this range that shoves. There's not very much Ace Jack off in there, if any. You'd have to be making a big mistake to be shoving Ace Jack off there. It's really just like Jacks plus and Ace King and Ace Queen, so we're just like really not in good shape, especially as a middle stack. And he's not even the shortest stack shoving, so his range is going to be just like pure value. Never anything like Ace 10 suited or any of that stuff that just gets called or folded. So yeah, probably just folding the Ace Queen here, but Mate has called it off. Fine in chip EV. Even then, like, you're not loving it, but it's just not enough big blinds really to fold. There can be more pairs in there then, and there can be more like Ace Jack suited and Ace 10 suited that just shove pre. But both ranges are tighter here, so when your range is tighter, you can fold stronger hands. When both ranges are tighter, you can fold even stronger hands. Pretty much drawing dead. Running queens or a Jack 10. Dead. Nice hand for the aces. Great way to start the final table. He's up to around 35 big blinds now. Not bad at all. Mate takes a bit of a hit there, down to about 6.5 million. Cedric winning that one from Belgium. Not very many entries on the Henna mob for him. Perhaps practices online, plays online. We will see as this final table develops. Just a couple of tournaments at Rosvedov. A couple in Belgium. Low stakes. Makes sense. Seven, 8 off under the gun for Cedric. Into the muck. Havel with the Queen 10 off. Playing a pretty big stack, but he's out of position to the chip leader. With no chip leaders behind you, I think this hand would be a fine open. But yeah, I think having a couple of playable stacks behind, and we want the average to be smaller, lower as well. We want the small stacks to be a bit smaller, like the stacks behind to be kind of 20, 25 big blinds there, because then their options pre-flop are a little bit more limited. So on board with the fold. 10 big blinds in the cut-off, Jack 10 off. Yep, good fold. Fold. Blind versus blind. King 9 off. Just given the walk. Definitely think we want to be calling or raising that one. The king blocker is massive. King 9 very, very playable hand, especially versus a like 100% range, which the big blind has. Like, yeah, I mean, even limp fold if you want to, if you're sure, but you can't just give a walk with a hand that strong. Perhaps a little shook from the ace-6 hand, losing a big pot on the first hand of the final table. Never nice. Then deuce off under the gun, going to be in the max. So Robin got 36k in cashes on the Hender mob. Nothing wild, but not bad. Made some 400s, 300s, 200s, all that kind of stuff around Europe. Ace 10 suited on the button now for Alexander. He's going to open this one for sure. That makes it 400k by the looks of it. And queen off in the big blind, going to be defending. Nice, Cedric putting the pressure on with the 3-bet, but I think the thing with King Queen is it's a bit too good to be bluffing. You want to bluff something like King 6 suited that can flop equity when called, but also just get better hands to fold pre-flop. So if the button's opening like King 7 off or King 8 off plus, then King 6 suited works nicely as a bluff because you get a bunch of those King 7, King 8, King 9, King 10 off to fold, and you have better equity against hands that continue, because you're going to continue like suited ace-x, which doesn't dominate us. It's going to shove ace-king, so we're not really dominated that often pre-flop, only by the strong king-x that continues, and he doesn't continue any ace-6 really. So prefer a slightly worse hand, but I like the idea. And then flop, I think we just go ahead and bet the flop. Jack 5-3 rainbow, or Jack 5-3 2 spades. There's a really good board for us to be betting. Because he's going to continue a lot of suited hands and pairs against the 3-bet pre-flop, so a bunch of the suited hands don't have a flush draw anymore. It's like 3/4 of his combos. Some of them have a backdoor, but not really deep enough to continue. And you just get some hands like this to fold. Ace 10 of diamonds that you're behind, you know, getting ace 4 of clubs to fold, or ace 10 of clubs, or whatever. All of those kind of ace suited ace-x, or even just hands with some equity, 10-9 suited, that kind of stuff. You're getting those hands to fold. And yeah, winning the pot a decent amount of the time there, so nice idea, but a little off on the execution there, a little slightly off on the hand choice, that's all. Payouts there, so almost 25k up top, absolutely massive. Banco's just busting out these massive tournaments over and over and over again. It really is awesome place to play poker with good regularity, good regular small buy-in, big guarantee festivals and main events just popping up all the time. Great location. Ace 5 off for Robin. Expect to see him open this one as the chip leader. That ace is just really powerful. Blocks all the 3-bets and the shoves from the short stacks, or a lot of them obviously. Get better hands to fold in a lot of those middle positions, because so many of these middle stacks are just going to look at ace 10 off, ace jack off and be folding here, and obviously the worst ones, so you get a bunch of better hands to fold. Easy to fold versus a 3-bet, good playability versus a big blind, so I think he's missed a trick there. I'll tell you, Jack deuce suited on the button, making it 500k. Putting his foot down with 3.5x. Powell in the big blind, 10-7 offsuit. Gonna want to fold this one. Bit too disconnected. The size is too big for us to defend pre-flop. We can be dominated too often, and just not enough playability out of position with a bunch of shorter stacks than us. You know, he's probably 3rd or 4th in chips, so yeah, you don't want to be putting chips in unnecessarily when you can just fold and let other people bust and make money that way. That's how poker tournaments work. How final tables work. Super interesting. ICM is one of my favourite things to study, but it's just every time you study ICM you get your mind blown a little bit. Crazy pre-flop ranges, crazy jams and re-jams and crazy folds, all sorts of stuff. But very interesting, and that's where all the money is, so. Ace 9 off for Jan under the gun +1. I think we're just a little bit too early with the hand this week. Ace 10 off we can consider, but 8-handed under the gun +1. Still got 6 ranges to get through. Let's go for the shove. Don't hate it. As the short stack, I don't hate it. I think people are going to be potentially overfolding to this as well in a few of the positions. Few too many pairs getting mucked from the big blind, a few too much ace-x being mucked from some of the later positions potentially, but potentially not. Pavel, no, fold. Can't tell if I know this guy. I might do. I need him to take his glasses off, but I think I do. Pavel, I think we've played together a decent amount, so if it's who I think it is, he's like, it's pretty competent. Bit splashy here and there, but mostly solid. Ace-Jack calls in the big blind. Yeah, bad news. Gregory, actually, he's been at a final table here before as well. This is like Groundhog Day. He's been on. What's he been on? Gregory. I just recognise him now. He was quiet last time, but he put on a good performance. It was very fun to watch. So, let's hand him up. In 10-4, no help for Jan at the moment, so just draw into that 9. Gregory with the diamond as well, so should the 9 of diamonds hit on the turn, he's still got the redraw to the nut flush and a gut shot. Or no help, it does offer some opportunities to chop. Polish Cup. Polish Poker Championship. Gregory got second for 43,000 euros. Absolutely love it. King on the river. Does chop it up. So Jan receives a lifeline. That one. Gregory had a few, again, like same kind of era. He was playing those 30-40 euro tournaments in Vienna, Austria. Had a 6th place in 175 euro, 100k over in Vienna in 2019 for a few thousand euros. Had a semi-deep run in the poker code warm-up, and then he won a 20 euro. Well, it was probably more. It says eliminated, so probably a bounty, but first for 4k in May this year. And then 9 days later, got second in the Polish Poker Championship for 43,190 euros. And his total earnings are $61,000, so it's 3/4 of his earnings have come from that Polish Poker Championship. So, interesting to see him play again at another final table. He must be loving poker by now. Can't stop. Jack off. I didn't see the stack size. I guess was it the 10 big blind stack? If so, seems fair under the gun. Ace-8 off in the cut-off, Cedric. Yeah, I'd like to see an open with this one. We have a couple of bigger stacks behind, but we've got an important blocker, and we are going to get 3-bet still a decent amount of the time, but we can't just like fold. We can't just lie down too easily. We definitely have to defend some of our range. Like, there's so much stuff we can fold before we fold like a decently strong ace. 7-8 off for Robin in the big blind, facing the open. Pavel on the button with the Queen Jack. Yeah, I think defending is fine here. Been covering, going to be able to put a lot of pressure on post flop. Going to be a lot of boards that favour our range pretty heavily, and just having the big chip advantage goes a long way. 7-4-4, so Robin flopping the best hand. The 7-8. Checks to Pavel. Pavel's got the Queen of Hearts, but decides to check back, which I think is the right decision. 10 of Hearts on the turn brings... So, Robin probably thinks that Pavel's going to bet a lot of his flush draws on the flop. A lot of his hands with a 10 in as well are just going to be like standard C-bets, quote-unquote, like Jack 10 of clubs just wants to bet the flop and get hands to fold, pick up the pot a decent amount of the time, and, you know, have those overcards as kind of backup equity. So, there's not too much. It's not a particularly dangerous turn. But it does open the opportunity for a lot of these offsuit hands, or like ace-x that check back the flop to have a flush draw now. So I like the decision to lead here for Robin. Pavel going for the raise, which is the best way to play this hand, I think, if we're going to continue. Calling just with the Queen Jack and the 2 overcards. Like, we have decent, okay equity, but the problem is with this raise is you're only really targeting a 7, because I don't think a 10 is ever going to fold. We have to just like blast the river, which I'm on board with. If we're gonna, like, if that's his plan, I'm completely on board with that. But there just aren't very many hands that are going to fold. It's really only a 7. Robin can still have flushes. He can still have 7-7. He can have a 4. He can have strong 10x. so it's quite a strong range, and he's not always going to lead like a 7 on the turn either, so you're really only targeting like a 10, I guess. A 10 or a complete bluff, but our hand just has the equity to call against pretty much everything. Even a 10 Queen Jack of Hearts got really good equity, so I think I take it back. I actually prefer just calling the turn. 8 on the river gives Robin 3 pairs. Completes to 5-6, but I don't think that's a massive part of either player's range, because Robin's probably not going to lead 5-6 on the turn. I don't think Pavel's going to raise with it, and he probably bets flop. Robin probably folds 5-6 off pre-flop. I don't know about leading. Don't like this, because like Pavel can just have a 10 that he raised for value. And then we just don't get value from anything worse. This is just like a pure block. It could be, you know, it's like the kind of fake induce. Pavel might read it as trying to induce another bluff, but I think bluffs don't need any more encouragement, really. If they've decided to bluff already, then they're still a bluff. The 8 hasn't really improved anything, obviously, apart from Jack 9. So, Jack 9 and 5-6, but yeah, I don't think Pavel has 5-6, so nothing really improved. I think just bluff catching is better than putting money in ourselves on the river with 7-8. Pavel not giving off the body language of somebody who has a monster. So I guess he's just going to fold this one. Just calls for no reason. Doesn't beat anything at all. Wants to see the hand, I guess. And it is the guy. It is the person, the player I think it is. We've played cash together in a few tournaments this before, but yeah, I think, like I said, potentially a bit clicky kind of guy, which we did see there in that hand. Bit fancy play syndrome. Conversation is, yeah, would you have Queen High? And then everybody goes, what do you beat with Queen High? Queen High is literally almost a nut though. I cannot think of a hand that Queen High beats. So why you would call is beyond me, but here we are. If you did check back a flush draw on the flop as well, I don't think you would ever raise a flush on the turn, because you want the big blind to continue bluffing if he's bluffing, and continue value betting if he's value betting, because it's like a really good board for him, not so good for us. So you're just like putting pressure on hands that we don't want to fold. So just an easy call on the turn, I think. Edric in the hijack Jack 9 off. Didn't open Ace 8 in the cutoff. I doubt we're opening this one, but a few stranger things. Robin 8-5 off in a small blind. 10 big blinds effective. Should just be all in here. Robin just taking a look at the other stacks around the table. Ooh, you just want to put the onus on Jan to have to call it off for his tournament life. He's going to have so many hands that are like an easy call in chip EV that end up folding, so his range comes tighter, and he's just going to want to fold a lot, because anytime you have chips at the final table, there's potential for somebody else to bust and you to make money. So he's not just going to be calling it off with his like weakest chip EV calls by any means. So yeah, I think we missed a spot there. Plus it's just like an insignificant amount of your stack, and doubling him up doesn't change anything for you. He's still the short stack. Everybody's still shorter than you. You're still the chip leader. Like all of this, and it's not like you've doubled him up to 50 big blinds in a really playable spot. You've just doubled him up to like 19 bigs or 18 bigs or something, and he's just gonna have 10 bigs again in a couple of orbits time. So would have taken that one. 500k again from Mate with King Queen suited this time. A nice hand. Nothing for anybody yet though. He ain't suited for Jan, the small blind, but facing the early position raise is just going to be a fold, especially for this size. Nothing in the big blind, 4-3-0 getting folded. Mate picks up a small one there, just the blinds and the antes. Every pot matters though. Mate's just going to be binning the king 3 obviously. Eyeball definitely should just be folding this one. No. I think 6 suited on the button, 11 big blinds for Jan. We've got a relatively short stack, kind of middle stack in the big blind, and obviously he's been a bit on the tighter side as well, but we don't know that yet. I doubt he's had any feedback yet, and I think we're a bit too... I don't think it's been long enough yet. Does decide to shove. Wakes up in the small blind with 10s though. So, going to be some very bad news for Jan. Stefan just checking out Alexander's stack and then reshoving. I think Alexander folded 2 clubs as well. I wasn't mistaken, I saw Queen 5 of clubs I think, so not looking good for Jan. Stefan just needs to fade some horrendous bad beat, and he's going to be adding 10 or 11 bigs. That's a pretty good start. Ooh, interesting. Of course, always a sweat. Even though we've seen 2 clubs and a 5 folded, still somehow get a sweat. And the guy's slot top set. He's still not dead. Poker is a funny old game. So Jan got a gut shot now, which we didn't see anything folded. Or, I don't think. Doesn't change anything. 5 of hearts. Does fade the 8. Jan eliminated in 8th place, so he takes home 2,290 euros. Very nice. Disappointing. He'll be disappointed, but making a final table, it's always a decent achievement. You come in short, you can't have too many expectations either. When you come in as the shortest stack, you should be expecting to come 9th a decent majority of the time, especially when you got 10 or 11 big blinds, so yeah, you definitely can't be too disappointed. Especially in such a big field. Information about the Banco Masters on your screen there. 30th anniversary, 250k guaranteed. Bunch of day ones through the week, I think starting on Thursday, and then day 2 and 3 over the weekend. If you head over to spadepoker.tv and you can sign up as a player there, and you can get yourselves all sorts of discounts on hotels in Bratislava, discounts whilst you're here, free food, last longers, all sorts of competition, other stuff, so it's definitely worth doing, checking out, heading over to their website if you're planning on coming to Banco. The Pavel opening under the gun, we're not sure what with cards not on the reader. Gregory calling King Queen off in the hijack. This is a little loose. We want to just be folding or 3-betting this one. It's not playing particularly well as a flat call in the hijack with 2 players behind you in position and the blinds to get through as well. So nines for Pavel we see now, so we need some interaction on the flop. But no, really safe flop for Pavel. Gonna be happy with that one. Shouldn't really be Gregory shouldn't be flatting deuces too much, so you can have pocket eights, pocket sixes, but you can also have like sevens, fives. You can have obviously all these kind of suited broadways, ace queen off, ace jack off. So there's a bunch of hands that fold that we get protection from. Pavel going for the small bet, 1/3. Just under 1/3. Does get the call from Gregory. Interesting turn card. Gregory got good blockers to some ace-x that would c-bet, but like having the queen of spades is good because don't expect because Pavel might c-bet a hand like ace queen of spades, or even ace king with the ace of spades or something like that. So he's got good blockers to potentially start bluffing on the turn, but doesn't. Just checks back, and river's the best hand. And again, not much has really missed here for Pavel, especially when he's got 2 nines. 10-9 suited would really be one of the only hands that's missed on the flop. Obviously jack 10 of spades specifically, or king jack of spades, just a couple of combos, but the ace high spades and the queen high spades or the king queen of spades all made a pair. Sets still have a set. We were losing to any other overpairs as well. If he flatted a hand like jacks or tens, he's obviously not going to bet fives on the river or sevens. Like there just really aren't any natural bluffs here, so pretty trivial fold for this one. Yeah, just don't beat anything. Having 2 nines is one of the worst hands we could have to think of bluff catching with. Like pocket fives would be better because there's nothing that Gregory really calls pre-flop with a 5 in it apart from pocket fives, which isn't going to bet. But by the time he bets the river, having 2 5s is irrelevant to the board. You're not blocking any spades. You're not blocking 10-9. Whereas 9-9, like you're blocking, not only are you blocking 9-9, you're blocking the combos of 9-9 that don't have spades. So the ones that are most likely to bluff, because if you get to the river with 9-10 of spades, it's like, I would still bluff it, but you'd be like, oh, I have 2 spades, that's not good. Whereas if you get to the river with 10 diamonds or 10 under clubs, you're like, okay, this is a good hand to bluff with, because I don't block anything, and I block some value, like ace 10, ace 9, queen 9, whatever, queen 10. But yeah, 9-9, really not a good hand to have there, so. A couple of hands that should have been folded. There was just nothing to bluff. A couple of combos of spades, there's literally like 2 or 3 combos of hand, and there's loads of value. There's so much suited ace-x, queen-x, suited queen-x, sets. Yeah, there's just a lot of value there. Cedric in the big blind with queen jack, facing it open, Robin with the ace queen. Are the blinds up, or is everyone just opening massive? Yeah, okay, so we're up to 100k, 200k blinds now. Still Robin going for the 2.5x, which is pretty big, all things considered. 7-5 deuce rainbow, just going to be a bet, check bet fold I think. Good board for Robin. Cedric basically has no strong hands on this board. Just the odd occasional 2 pair and maybe like the odd set as well, but other than that, it's just a bunch of weak 1 pair stuff. The deuce doesn't even really have any 1 pair deuce, so it's mostly just a 7 or a 5, and you can just barrel this one and win a whole bunch. And ace queen's going to be the best hand a lot as well. You're just cleaning up your equity a bit, getting 10-9 to fold and stuff like that. Nice, gets through. Robin adding to his chip lead. Seems to be a solid player so far. Couple of guys lost a bit from their stack. Had a kind of not ideal start to this final table. Mate and Pavel both losing a bit. Obviously, gambler thing. I think everybody's locked up 3,000 euros now. hard to beat when you got a big stack and you pick up a lot of playable good opens at the final table. It's a very, very hard thing to combat as anybody else, so especially if you haven't studied much and you just kind of in these tournaments by feel, which a lot of these players are, and which is fine, great, more power to you, that's how recreational poker should be. Then it's really hard to know how you should make an impact. But Mate with the right idea, going for the 3-bet with sixes. Too many chips to shove. Didn't want to just flatten play his hand weakly. He knows that Robin's going to be opening a lot of hands, and just decides to put the pressure down. Six is nice, kind of relatively nice hand to do it as well. Like, it's quite disguised when you flop a set. You can flop. You've always got a pair on every single flop. You can still bet ace high, king high boards. You still have. You can use your hand as bluff a lot of the time, which is kind of. It's hard to naturally have bluffs on ace and king high boards in 3-bet pots when you're middle stackers at a final table, because your range is going to be so naturally strong. Plus, you don't block any of the Broadway combinations, which is what Robin's going to be opening the most. You don't block any ace-x, which is what Robin's going to be opening the most of. So, like this 3-bet. Not giving off particularly strong reads though. Looking a little like the strength of my hand. Robin does let it go. Well played from Mate. Picks up a few chips. Shows a 6. Says, how do you like them apples? I think not showing the 6 is the play though. Like, you want to be able to get those through. You want Robin to just go, he probably has it, I fold, and then fold again next time. You don't want him to be like, oh, okay, I folded once and he showed me a 6, so, and I've got him covered by 3 or 4 chips to 1. But what do I know? Queen 9 in the cutoff for Nate. He folds this one. That is excitement for the last 10 minutes, doesn't need any more. Pavel, Jack 6 off on the button, folding. Gregory in the small blind, 10-8 suited. Oh, in the big blind, sorry, he got a walk, yeah, nice. Nice hand to get a walk with. Gregory, one of the middle stacks there, about 7 or 8 million, 7.5 mil. Still absolutely chunks though, 50 big blinds, 40 big blinds. What is it, 200k? Yeah, so about 37, 38 big blinds. It's a lot, really a lot for a final table. 7-handed. And queen off for Stefan, under the gun. Going to be opening this one. Definitely strong enough. Ooh, that's nitty. The king, they're like, yeah, the Broadway combos are super strong. King Jack off, sure, whatever, you can fold, but King Queen is definitely too strong to be folding. A6 off for hijack, for Mate and the hijack, he folds that one. 5-4. Cedric going to be a fold. Pavel finds Ace Queen now on the button, 32 bigs, so just going to be an open. No need to go big. Goes for the 3x. Just trash for both players in the blinds. So Pavel going to take this one down. Mate is sitting out, doesn't care. Only a final table, I don't mind. Missing a few hands. The folds are free, and the ones you miss could be worth literally thousands of euros. There's no reason why you couldn't be sitting alpha aces versus kings. Oh, we're folding queen jack off in the calf. I think that's a little tight as well. Alex with the mystery hand under the gun, and Stefan defending the 7-4 suited. Rick's completely on the flop, so we'll probably just see a c-bet and a fold, I imagine. Well, it depends what Alex has, but this is a pretty good board to be betting. Not much deuce X in the big blinds range. A lot of hands just an auto fold on this kind of board. Ace high going to be the best hand a lot of the time. You get called by draws you're ahead of. Mystery hand forever. Also, so Spade Poker Tour, the guys that run this final table stream, also doing the giveaways for the players and getting involved in some of the other events. They've got their own tour, Spade Poker Tour. The next event's going to be in September at the Grand Casino in Liechtenstein. There's going to be more side events on top of that, but it's a 350 franc CHF. Swiss franc, yeah, I thought so. Why Swiss franc? Okay, it's also in the currency of Liechtenstein. I didn't know that. Well, there you go. 350 Swiss franc buy-in and 150,000 Swiss franc main event, guaranteed main event, so that's going to be a good one. But we do have an all-in and a cool situation at the final table. Big blind versus button, jacks versus ace queen, classic flip for about 19 big blinds a piece. Robin obviously covering with the ace queen. If he wins this one, he's going to have an absolutely overwhelming chip lead. I mean, he already does, but safe flop for Alex. Just needs to fade the ace or the queen. Double up to a very healthy stack, 44 big blinds in the middle. Oof, brutal. Ace on the turn. Leaves him drawing to just a couple of outs. Needs to hit a jack and nothing else. 4 on the river, not going to do it for Alex. He is our 7th place finisher. Takes home 3,000 and something odd euros. Not bad, but again, he's going to be disappointed with that one. So close, just a couple of cards away. And Robin got the absolute lottie over there. Absolute lottie. There's another Polish Poker Cup coming up as well. That is in August, end of August. So you got Masters anniversary at the beginning of August, first week, and then the last week of August is the Polish Poker Cup. That's a €100 buy and 100k guaranteed. That's a big one. Always gets a lot of runners. And then, yeah, 10th of October to the 16th of October is the festival 500k guaranteed main event, €500 buy-in. That's going to be absolutely massive. One of the biggest events in Europe in 2022 for that kind of buy-in. And there'll obviously be cash games running throughout all of this stuff. all sorts of reasons to visit. You're a fool if you don't. Queen 10 suited for Pavel under the gun. Queen 7 off in the hijack for Robin, just going to be folding that one. Sixes for Stefan in the cut-off, playing 34 bigs as well, so I think he's going to just peel this one, see if he can flop a set. Ooh, but it's going to be tough, because Marte has the other two sixes. Unless the graphics are wrong. How many big blinds he got? 35 bigs. I wouldn't have expected Marte to fold sixes there necessarily. But we'll see. If a black six comes, then we know, but there's a chance that he did just have sixes and fold, I suppose. 3-bet sixes last time though, so to go from 3-betting to not calling set mine 35 big blinds deep seems like a big leap. But no black six on the flop, so it could well be. King 3-3. Pretty good board for Pavel, obviously. He's going to have quite a lot of King X that opens, but also Stefan's going to flat some King Jack, King Queen, King 10 suited type stuff. But also has a lot of stuff that is not a king, but I don't think we want to always c-bet this out of position. We don't cap our range by checking, and it's quite easy for in position to just continue with a bunch of backdoors and a bunch of pairs, not really pressuring anything with one small bet, and it's quite a hard one to barrel out of position unless we turn a flush draw or an open ender. Let's turn the queen, which is obviously going to be a good hand, the best hand fair amount of the time. So let's go check, jack on the river. I think Pavel should just go for a block now. Bet 500k or something like that, 550. Just trying to essentially save money against a king, potentially get some of those weaker pocket pairs to put some money in. But just goes check. Pavel takes that one down. Just getting rid of some of that mountain of chips, making it a bit easier for everyone. No need to have quite so many. Gregory, the 8-3 suited under the gun, just obviously going to be a fold. Queen 6 suited for Robin in the hijack, probably going to open this one. He wants to anyway, should do. Bit on the tight side. Just missed a couple of spots so far, but that's okay. I mean, he's got enough chips that it's not essential, but you really want to put your foot down when you've got this much of an advantage in terms of stack over everybody else. Marte with the ace-5 off on the button, goes for the 2.5x, seems good. Cedric folding the jack-7, seems good. Pavel in the big blind, 37 bigs, so a bit too much to jam here, and it's slightly too good to kind of bluff. Pre-flop, I think ace-deuce off, ace-3 off, something like that is a bit better, so folding seems to be a good option. Queen 9 deuce, 2 hearts, so Marte with the ace of hearts. Might elect to check, but no, it just goes for this big C-bet 900k. So what are you going to do about it? Furious player. Mate. Folding 5-4 suited as a chip leader as well. I wouldn't be folding that one, personally. They found the ace jack off in the hijack. Gonna open 450. Playing about 30 bigs. Pavel with the queen jack off and the small blind. I think the open's a little bit too early to want to VPip this one, so just folding. So let's get it through. King Jack under the gun for Stefan. He's probably going to open this one 7-handed. Although we did see him fold the King Queen, so essentially he's just being on the more cautious side. Just let it go. Gregory limping the 6-3, and Robin King 8 suited. He likes to check back, doesn't want to get limp shoved on, I guess, 35 bigs odd. King high flop, and then turning a flush draw for Robin, so very nice board for him. Looks like it went check on the flop, Gregory going for a stab on the turn, and Robin going for a raise to get some extra value in there, which seems very reasonable with a hand as strong. Queen deuce off for Mate under the gun, just going to be folding that one for sure. Ace 4 off. Gregory on the button, goes for the open. Stefan with king queen off in the big blind. I think we'll just see a defend here. Let's just go for the call. We'll head off to the flop. Ooh, nice flop for Stefan. Flops trips there, good trips as well. Not that trips is ever bad. Does go check on the flop. Gregory's just going to be happy to check this one down if he can. Ace high going to be good a lot of the time. Stefan probably going to just go for some value on the river. Doesn't want to see ace high check again. Yeah, just goes for the small bet. Might see Gregory flick this one in. The 10 not a great card though, because Stefan can value bet a 10 now as well, so if it was like a 7 or an 8 or something, obviously it's a lot different. But it does pay off that small bet. Stefan making a bit of progress. So just 6 players left. Everyone locked up 4,170 euros now. Getting up there. Have all the queen 8 suited in the hijack. Let's it go. This one's on the board. The chip leader hasn't been crazy aggressive pre-flop so far. Just been kind of opening some spots. Not free bet yet. Obviously hasn't really had any spots, but that would be my perception if I were playing at this final table. So I probably would go for an open there. This is on the button. Does go for the open with this one. Let's see what Marte's got in the big blind. King 6 suited, he's going to want to defend. Way, that's very tight. It's very tight indeed. Strong. King 6 very, very strong hand there. Big blind versus button. Just flops so well. The king high boards are going to be ones that button's going to be interested in bluffing a lot as well, so. Wait. Deuce for Gregory, no thank you. Robin 7-5 off in the cutoff. Could open this if he wanted to, but I don't think we're going to see it. Down 9 off on the bottom for Stefan. He's been on the tighter side as well, so I think we're just going to see a fold here. I don't think flicking your cards like this, tapping the table, ever particularly a sign of strength, but he's going for the open. Two tighter players in the blinds as well, so I think this will be fine, but Cedric finding the ladies in the big blind. And he's just playing 2.4 million as well, so about 12 big blinds now. So I think we're just going to see a shove here. And Stefan going to be getting out of the way. In. I'm going to fold in this one. Going off, might open that. A6 off in the cutoff. Lets it go. Cedric just going to be given a walk by the looks of it. Reluctant, but got to be done sometimes. We'll be fine with that. Cedric there in the burgundy t-shirt, your short stack at the moment. He's playing about 14 big blinds after getting the queens through, so not ridiculously short. A couple of 30 big blinds in the middle there, Mate and Stefan. Pavel kind of in the middle, 8 million. Gregory as well, similar stack, so just Robin with the absolute lottie. Like to see him put his foot down a bit more, to be honest. Being a little bit too tight with his opens, you just get so many through. He's going to find it with the King 9 off though, which is good to see. Nothing so far. Gregory Jack 7 off in the big blind. I think he's probably just going to let this one go. So yeah, Robin takes that one down. Now he's got that one through, maybe he'll start realising he can maybe take advantage a little bit more than he has been. But we will see. Stefan under the gun with the 8-9 off. They're going to fold that one, Mate. Queen 5 suited into the muck. Jack 8 suited for Cedric in the cutoff. Kind of interesting one, 16 big blinds. Attempted to open this. Potentially feels like he's just going to get played back at too often though, and wants to reserve his stack to get as big a double up as possible if he manages to find a favourable spot. Gregory 10-5 suited in the small blind. Goes for the limp again. But checked back last time, so can't fault that. Strategy, King 3 off in the big blind for Robin. I think he should go for the raise here. King has a good blocker to a lot of the continues for Gregory, a lot of the stronger continues. Not super playable hand, just benefit really from kind of repping a bit of a stronger range post flop in position. Bullying a little bit with our chip stack. So I would go, oh Gregory's raised to 425, interesting. Yeah, not the kind of hand we want to really be raising from the small blind, but especially not for this size. We just don't really get any folds. It's like he's just trying to kind of make sure he gets to the flop effectively, but not too much. Doesn't want to limp and face a big raise with a suited hand, so he thinks if he puts in a small raise himself he can just see a board. The King 9 for the second time. Pretty good board for Gregory's range overall. He's obviously going to have a decent amount of King X and Ace X in that first in range. Just check. I like that from Robin. Not gonna have so many hands that want to check that putting some King X in there some of the time is going to be really good. It's going to let those Queens, Jacks, 10s think they have the best hand a lot more frequently than if they're facing a bet over multiple streets. Allow them to potentially value bet themselves. So yeah, like this, and obviously 10 in the full house, very nice indeed. Just going to continue with the call. Gregory has put in the 1 street bluff, and then Gregory river and a pair now, so 10 going to really be the best hand a lot of the time. It's going to be so much 9x and 3x and ace high in Robin's range, and potentially some kind of weaker pocket pairs. So really good river for Gregory if he had to pick one out of the deck, but obviously we know he was drawing dead a long time ago. Goes for the 800k bet, and now I think they're playing around 1.5 SPR, 1.7. It's quite a big shove, but I don't really see another play because you don't want to miss any value from a straight or a king. or a hand like pocket nines, pocket aces, pocket queens. You really want to just put them in a tougher spot as possible and get snapped off by all the king X, all the straights. So I think all in is just the play here. Just making sure we get enough dramatic effect before. That many kings is a fine spot to tank a lot. There's a lot of things at play in this hand, so taking a lot of time in the spot actually does make sense. Goes for a small sizing, looks like 2.5 million. 2.6 million. Just trying to get a little bit of extra value out of a 10, which he does successfully. I think if he shoves, he potentially gets a fold there, so maybe got more value than I would have. I would definitely just go for the shove, I think, but it's a bit of a disaster if we like raise the river not all in and then a king just calls, or if we raise the river not all in and he has queen jack and he just calls or something, or like, yeah, gets spooked with like 9-9 or something, or aces and just calls the river. There's a lot of hands that would call all in that would also call a small bet, I think. There aren't that many hands that would call a small bet but wouldn't call a shove. I think it's really only hands like a 10, jack 10, queen 10. There aren't that many. Even them, they're pretty good because they block a straight and they block full houses. So, yeah. Interesting one. But Robin adding to his massive chip lead. Adds another few million from that pot out of Gregory's stack, so really commanding lead. I think the next closest stack is like 8 mil, 7 mil, and we must have got like 35 million, so absolutely flying. Beat jackpot there on your screen. 76,830 euros. I lose with quad 8s, I believe. So for cash game players, a bit more incentive. Ace King suited for Mate. Picks up 3 big blinds, chucks them in the middle. Cedric into the muck with the 5 deuce. Gregory not a happy bunny. Upset about that one. Stefan, ace 3 suited and a big blind. I think we're going to be defending this one. Suited ace is going to play really well. We've got good equity against a lot of the opening range. Yeah, they're against a lot of pocket pairs. Obviously, flush draw, really strong hand when you got the nut flush draw out of position. Does find the call. 1.5 million in the middle, so got about 4 SPR. King Queen 6, no fun. Check bet fold. Nice. I'm going to be back in just 1 or 2 minutes. Did I miss anything? Probably not. Gregory all in the hijack for his last 11 bigs with the ace 10 suited. Mate thinking about it in the small blind with the ace 7, but flicks in the fold eventually. And yeah, nothing in the big blind there for Cedric, so Gregory survives, but still looks a little frustrated. Flicks his cards into the muck there. Tens for Stefan. And the cut-off, 30 big blinds effective, he's going to be opening. Have with the Queen 8 off in the big blind, interesting spot. I think I'm just going to fold this one with a shorter stack. We don't want to play a gapper, offsuit gapper at this kind of shallower stack depth, especially versus a 2.5x out position when we got a stack with like 15 or 16 big blinds still in, and we're kind of joint third, fourth with a couple of players. We want to be tighter here, especially against one of the other middle stacks. His range is going to be a bit stronger, so it does make the laydown. Pretty good fold that one. King 4 suited in the cutoff for Mate, he could definitely open this one. Doesn't. Ace 7 off on the button for Cedric, 13.5 bigs, think we're going to see an all in here. Gets that one through. Takes some much needed chips away from Gregory as well, so not our smallest stack anymore. Gregory now with 11 bigs. Cedric up to about 16 bigs now. So put a little bit of distance between himself and Gregory, which is always nice. King 10 suited now for Stefan, picking up a few nice playable opens. Gregory going for the call, very wide call in the small blind versus under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit off this stat depth. This is fold all day long. Robin lets the 4 deuce off go, so we go heads up. Could definitely be some interesting flops with these two combinations. Not really one of them. Distant draws for both players, backdoor flush draw each. Gregory just floating the queen jack off, out of position on the flop with a bare queen high, and then jamming all in on the turn with just a gut shot. But it gets the job done. It looks like these guys are on a break, so we'll be back soon. Here we go, we're back. Final six. Gregory gets that Queen Jack through. He puts himself back up above Cedric now, but both of them very, very similar stacks. 16, 17 bigs, couple of middles, 28, 34, 43, and then that monstrous chip lead. 170 big blinds for Robin. The absolute lottie, more than everybody else combined. Yeah, more than everybody else combined. Six-handed, that's wild. King 10 off under the gun for Nate. He goes for the open. Blinds 300k now. Cedric moving it all in. So those big blind counts would have been wrong actually because the blinds have gone up. So. I'll tell you, he does let it go. Those are the remaining payouts for you. So top two are going to be getting 5 figures, 15k, 25k respectively. Second and first. €4,170 locked up at the moment. I think this is a €150 buy-in, so still not a bad payday. No matter what happens from now on, but obviously everybody's going to be lusting after that top prize. Ace 7 off on the bottom for Robin. Definitely going to be opening this one. Both blinds got relatively shallow stacks, so the ace blocker really, really powerful. Blocks a bunch of those jams, rejams. And obviously ahead of most defense, so it does get defended by Mate with the King Jacko. Nice hand to defend with. King High flop as well, so very, very good flop for Mate. Expect this one to go check bet. Cool. King High board, the two low cards as well, really, really good for Robin. I'm really surprised he didn't go for a c-bet there. We just have a range bet on a board like that. The 3 and the 4 mostly miss Mate's hands a lot. He's going to not really defend that much, like Queen 4 off and stuff like he normally would if it were chip EV, or he normally should. Robin does pick up a gut shot on the turn. Ace high could still potentially be the best hand if Mate's decided to bet some kind of 5x, some 7x himself, some flush draws. Got 2 overs against the 6. And got that gut shot as well. Ace also overcard against the king. So pretty good hand to continue with. Seven on the river. So it would improve against like a 6 or something, but I don't think Mate is necessarily going for this sizing on the turn with a 6. This is mostly going to be King X or kind of straight or 2 pair. Mate just coming in for an absolute bomb on the river. Half pot when the 4 card with the 4 card straight on the board. Robin pays it off, non-believer. Somehow Mate, I don't know how he's found that bet there, but well played. Gets nice chunky value. First one to take a little chunk out of. Yeah, Robin's stack there. But still got plenty, obviously. Queen 10 suited for Pavel under the gun. I think he will be opening. Looks like 700. Ace 7 suited for Robin in the big blind. In the cutoff, sorry, he could definitely go either way here. Wouldn't hate a call with the short, relatively handicapped stacks behind. Hand plays pretty well in position. I also wouldn't mind a 3-bet. Get some some better ace X offsuit to fold immediately. Get some broadways with equity to fold. Start putting pressure on a whole bunch of Pavel's range. And that ace blocker really nice, blocking 4-bet jams. Looks like he's just going for the call. Stefan on the button with the pocket fours playing 17 bigs. Probably just wants to fold this one, I think. Not very good blockers for a jam, not really deep enough to set mine. And he's interested in other people colliding while he's not involved, so good disciplined fold there. Cedric in the big blind with the king 10 off, playing around 13 bigs. I think we want to fold this one as well. We're just dominated too often by one of these guys. There's so much king jack, king queen, ace king, ace queen, ace 10 in both of these ranges. So I think this hand is just dominated way too often. It's not going to play well multi-way at this kind of stat depth. As it happens, he does actually have Pavel dominated and is not dominated by anybody. But I think just in general, Queen 10, King 10, sorry, Queen 10, Jack 10 suited, they're the only ones that we dominate. There's no offsuit, and 10, 9 suited. Ace 10 deuce, so a pair for both. But Robin with the best of it. Pavel checks. Goes check check, seems fine. Jack on the turn, probably just goes check check again, I think. Or maybe check and Robin goes for some value, tries to get called by those king 10, queen 10, king jack, queen jack type hands. Pavel going for another bet. There's not really any merit to this bet. We're effectively bluffing because like we don't get value from anything worse. We're just trying to he's just trying to get like cheap showdown. But when you end up doing these very small blocker bets, and it just makes your range and your hand look like what they are, and you make it very, very easy for your opponent to just put a bit of money in and win the hand. Like he just calls with an ace, calls with a jack, wins the hand because he's not going to bet the river with queen 10. So you just allow a jack. You just inflate the pot slightly against a jack or an ace for no reason. Ace on the river completes the backdoor flush draw, but against this line, Robin's going to be super comfortable that he has the best hand. Pavel has basically nothing better in this line. Just has what he looks like a lot of the time. King, queen, king, jack, queen 10. King 10. Loves paying it off as well. There's literally, again, it's another spot where there's literally just no bluffs. Could be the third time he pays it off when there's no bluffs. Even the backdoor flush got there. The only thing that's missed is front door diamonds, like 8, 9 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 7, 6 diamonds specifically. Those hands have to have called pre. Or a 10 that's trying to get you off a chop. Like queen 10. I mean, king 10 is value against our hand, but he's not value betting king 10 on the river. There's just no bluffs here. There's absolutely none. Looks like Robin's called time, which seems fair for such a tiny bet. This is a trivial fold, really, honestly. I know, I mean, I've said it already, but yeah. We literally don't beat anything. Don't hardly even chop. Like, we never chop. We don't beat anything. There's so many value combos. There are no bluff combos. There are like 2. Yeah, and he's just called as well. Don't know what Pavel's up to. Just 3 payoffs now when there's just not been any bluffs whatsoever. Like if you're just really leaking money into the game at a fast rate if you just pay off these spots all the time. Big time. A couple of them weren't particularly complex. Like the Queen Jack, there are literally 0 hands that you beat. The 9s, was it 9s? What did he have? 9s on a... Oh yeah, 9s on the Ace Queen run out. Like again, there was like 2 or 3 combos of bluffs in here. There's like 1, 2 combos of bluffs. You just with chasing these really non-existent bluffs with very marginal hands that and not only are there few bluffs, but there are like tons of value combos to choose from on every on all 3 boards, all 3 hands. There's been so many value combos for the other player to have. So it's interesting to see players that you've played against, but whole cards up. Like I've played some interesting hands against him in the past, and it was the same. Like I had the same read, to be honest. Just clicky, loves, I don't know, just a feel player, you know, playing off of emotion almost. Thinks people are just bluffing way more than they really are. It's just everything's like a clicking war and a leveling game when really there are very few levels involved in the hand. 6-4 suited for Cedric in the small blind. Gregory limped under the gun with Queen 9 off. No idea why you look at Queen 9 off under the gun 6-handed at a final table and just go, I should limp this hand. I've got 11 bigs, I should limp. I just don't get it at all, I really don't. 8-6-5 flop, all spades. Very connected. Pretty static board. Other than spades, obviously. Ooh, spades and pair on the board. Cedric picking up trips on the turn. He's going to be pretty confident. Once Gregory doesn't bet the flop, that he doesn't have any kind of overpairs or flushes or anything like that, so 6 should be the nuts. Obviously, Pavel could have something better in the big blind that naturally checks the flop, and then it's just yet to act on the turn, but he gets out of the way. He's going to play pretty honest versus that bet, I think, because the small blind's range is also full of loads of strong hands, because he's just over-limped, effectively. Jack 10 off on the button for Cedric. Pavel just out jamming blind on blind. Okay, fair enough. I don't think we have the chips to be jamming a hand like 8-5 off against somebody who we perceive to be passive, though. Like, it's okay if you're a chip leader, that's one thing, but when you only cover by a few big blinds, it's different. Versus passive players, these 8-5 suiteds, you can just realise equity out of position for really cheap by just calling. So, a bit of a blunder here, or big blunder, to be honest. Pavel really, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be too harsh on him, but yeah, has made a misstep in every hand pretty much. Gregory finding herself an easy double up there. The chip counts there, so Robin has lost a couple of pots, but obviously still an absolutely commanding chip lead. And Pavel now the short stack after losing that one, down to just 5 bigs. Ace King for Pavel, decent one to find for 5 bigs. He's all in on the button. Gregory in the small blind, the King 8 suited for 5 bigs. He's contemplating it, but I think inevitably just want to fold this one. There's too much King X that dominates and Ace High's in the range. But wow, Gregory reshoves by the looks of it into the big blind. Like, this is again just a bit of a suicide mission, because the big blind can just wake up with a strong hand and there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like he's super pressured to fold. He's got 35 million chips. You don't even have an ace in your hand, so it's a very big risk. Ten-six deuce rainbow flop. Gregory with a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but Ace King is still the best hand at the moment. Queen on the turn. Pavel picking up the gut shot, but doesn't really change anything. Was ahead anyway. Just needs to fade an 8. Does, and he will double that back to 12 big blinds, so a little bit of a lifeline. Ace 8 off under the gun for Mate, just goes for the 3.3x up to, bumps it up to 1 million. Pavel in the cutoff with the 6s, facing the 3.3x, but he's seen Mate open a bunch. It's not like he's been really tight and he hasn't opened very often. He's opened quite a lot and he's opened this size, or like, yeah, a big size pretty much every time, so I don't think we should read very much into the sizing. And yeah, 6-handed though, it's still a tricky spot. I'll assume you don't have that much fold equity, so it makes it less appealing. Couple of ranges behind to think about as well. Does let it go. I think that's fine. King Queen off in the small blind for Robin facing this big open. But again, same thing, like we've seen him open a few times and we've seen him use a big size every time, so I don't think we should be reading too much into it. King Queen still pretty strong. So I might see a call here, call or fold. Does elect to peel. Big blind gets out of the way. Off to the flop. Wow, that's a very, very fun flop. King 8-8. So obviously Robin going to be concerned about ace king, but other than that, there's really not too much to be fussed by. Ace king aces. He's not going to put very much 8x in a range that Mate opens 3.3x under the gun. There's basically none. It's like quads. Ace 8 suited, like we're not going to assume he has ace 8 off. And yeah, Mate just sizing up on the flop, going for the jugular. Shoves the turn when the flush competes. See, this is where the problems begin. Like, so far so good, but when the flush completes on the turn and then you shove, you've got to think how that looks to your opponent. Like, if he has a hand like King 10, King Jack, King 9, which is the hands that we beat that he calls the flop with, like, he's called a 3.3x pre and then a massive bet on the flop. He doesn't have, like, pocket 7s anymore. He has a king, an 8, or a flush draw. So when the flush draw completes and you shove, to him that looks extremely strong, and his weaker King X, King Jack, King 10 I think is an easy fold, to be honest. And then like King Queen, you're almost forcing everything better to fold. I think King Queen is honestly going to end up folding. You're literally forcing good hands to fold and just missing out on tons of value. You're basically like praying he doesn't have a flush, shoving, and then when you don't get snapped you're happy, but you shouldn't be happy at all. You should be really disappointed that you're potentially letting him fold a hand as good as this, where if we'd have played this hand differently, you could get yourself a double up without too much. You know, maybe not every single time, but we could win a decent amount more chips than this. If he folds here, this is an absolute disaster for ace 8. Like, we got a decent amount of money in first, so that's one plus side, but yeah, Robin in a really tough spot. No heart either, so he doesn't block a hand like Queen Jack with a heart. But does Mate open 3.3x hands down with Queen Jack off? Or is it mostly suited hands, pairs, ace highs? Yeah, Robin's still in the tank, not sure what to do. Still deep in the tank for Robin. It is a very, very tough spot. Does make a very, very nice fold. Well played, Robin. Mate absolutely steaming it though, up to 15 million. Only person to really make much headway at this final table. It's really just been Robin going from 20 mil to about 35 mil. Everybody else is kind of chilling on the same stacks. Nobody's really got much, apart from Mate. Putting his foot down and getting the job done. We've got a few short stacks brimming now, so Mate right there in the middle should defend his position, but we know he likes to tangle, so we won't necessarily see that happen. But now it's a fight to not bust between those 16, 15, 12, 11 big blind stacks. King 9 suited in the cut-off for Gregory. Gets it through. Adds a few much needed chips to his stack. Kingies for Pavel, playing 12 bigs. Definitely want to just go for the raise here. We don't want to be shoving. And you just miss way too much value with a hand this strong. So I'll just go for the min raise. Does decide to just shove. I think, yeah. This is it is a mistake, really. Jack 6 off for Gregory. Into the muck. Ace deuce off for Mate on the button, he's going to open. Gets it done. Ace King suited for our chip leader. King Jack off for Pavel in the small blind. Lets it go. And 8s for Gregory in the big blind. Goes for the jam. Oh, goes for the call. Sorry, I thought I saw him say all in. I think Gregory could go for a shove there. I don't think appeal is terrible. Playing like 18, 17, 18 bigs, it's kind of awkward to get called, but 8s is very, very strong hand, and the chip leader should be opening really wide. So just hoovering up those chips pre-flop with a good hand is probably the preferable play. I would have got snapped off here, but so far that wouldn't be a bad thing. You'd just be having to fade a couple of outs on the river for a double up. Six on the river, doesn't change anything. Gregory just shoving 8s on the river as like a bluff, I guess. I don't know, what, trying to get a jack to fold or what? He does have some very curious plays in his arsenal. Just bluffing strange hands at strange times, but again, manages to dodge anything too serious and takes another pot. So he's going to be up to about 8.5 million now. Robin looking extremely like frustrated for somebody who's got a massive chip lead six-handed in a tournament with like 200 buy-ins for first. So probably needs to take a couple of deep breaths and reset himself. Like he's just lost a couple of pots and potentially letting it get to him. But a huge part of being a good poker player, winning poker tournaments, is having the mindset to deal with adversity, because it can come at any time. It could come repeatedly. It could come at when you're least expecting it, when you feel like things are going your way the most. You could just get cut down at any minute. Just because you feel like, you know, you've got some momentum at one time doesn't mean you're going to win this tournament. He can come 6th. It's happened. It happens not even as infrequently as you might like to think from this position. You come 6th, you come 5th. Like, you gotta just take everything on the chin as it happens. Say, okay, board ran out of that. Okay, cool. Next hand. Doesn't matter. Did I do what I was supposed to do? Yes or no? Cedric all in the cutoff, 13 big blinds with pocket 10s. Again, probably just a little bit strong. I don't like this. Don't mind this as much as the kings. Like jamming kings is a much bigger blunder than jamming these 10s, because 10s don't mind getting like queen jack off to fold, whereas kings, it's a disaster if queen jack off folds when it would have potentially v-pipped. Like if the big blind has queen jack off and would have called an open, then that's a big mistake. Whereas with 10s, we don't mind that much. So yeah, not so bad, but still I think it's probably good enough to induce. Definitely would induce the button. Don't think it's terrible. King jack off in the big blind for Robin. Yeah, facing 13 bigs. This is just a pretty trivial fold. We don't really do very well against the range that jams. It's mostly just like ace 10 plus, king queen suited. You know, ace king, ace queen, obviously ace jack all in there. Sometimes queen jack suited or whatever, but who cares? And then pairs, which we're just flipping against. So we need to dominate more stuff. King queen, we're probably cool because we dominate a little bit more. We've got a bit more equity against more pairs. Yeah. I'll get deuces for Cedric. A few more chips now. He's got 16 bigs, so no need to shove this. It's a little bit too much risk for not enough reward. Adding a couple of big blinds to your stack is nowhere near as beneficial as losing your entire stack is a negative thing, so let's just let it go, which is the play. Pavel in the cutoff with 12 big blinds, Jack 9 suited. Or just open this or limp. You could do either really, but again, like shoving too unnecessary with no blockers to the calling range either. Goes for the shove. Yeah, into 3 ranges. This is just a little bit much. 3 ranges that cover. Ace 7 off in the small blind. Robin again, just like folding this one. It's not too much of a big deal. You don't need to be trying to take these razor thin bits of EV at a final table where you've got a massive chip lead. You just have an easy call here when you've got like ace jack and whatever. Just get that one through. Chips up a little bit, up to 4.2 mil, 14 big blinds, so still a few shorties. Gregory 7 million, Pavel got about 4.5 million, Cedric got about the same, 4.5 million. Stefan, he's got what, 4 million, a bit less. So yeah, we've still got some shorties. Ten eight suited in the cutoff for Gregory. Looks like he's gonna come for an open. 700. Ooh, Mate with queens in the big blind. Playing what, 21 big blinds effective. Just goes for the 3-bet. Gets it done. There's the remaining payouts, 4k locked up at the moment, playing for 25k. Pretty slow so far. Almost 3 hours of play at the final table and only 2 bust outs, but I expect things will probably speed up a little bit. Now the stacks, those kind of stacks at the bottom of the leaderboard are getting a little bit shallower. Queen jack off on the button for Stefan. Pondering what to do here with his 12 big blinds. Lets it go. I think we'd at least go for a min raise with that. Potentially even a shove would be fine. Yeah, he's been a little on the tighter side for sure. 7-6 off for Mate on the small blind. Goes for the open, 650 and gets it through. 10-3 off of Cedric, no good. Just stumbled across the chip leader Robin's Instagram page. Coincidentally, kind of, I guess. Seems to be into his motorbike touring, which is a cool thing to be into. Seems like that would be a decent amount of fun. Just travelling around Europe on a motorbike, seeing lunch cool stuff at a camper van. For me, that's what I'm interested in, but same. Out there living. Gregory picking up jacks under the gun, but gets it through. King 5 off under the gun for Robin, going to be folding. Aces for Cedric on the button. 13 bigs. Definitely just want to go for a min raise. Again, like, hand is too good to want to just shove. Fours and a small blind for Pavel. He could definitely go for a rejam here. 12 big blinds. Probably going to think he has some fold equity against a button open. Is all in. Snapped off. Going to see the bad news. And without a 4, we could be down to 5. Pavel needs to hit a 4 to stay alive. Already trying the get up and leave maneuver. A classic. Absolute classic, but the timing is really everything with that move. And he's gone far too early. So yeah, he's out. This is way too early. Premature stand up and leave. You gotta be waiting for like the turn. You know, the gap, the delay between the turn and the river is when you get up and start leaving your chair. This is premature stand upery. No help so far, just got a fade at the 4 or one more street. Cedric will finally have a couple of chips. We'll be up to over 20 big blinds, which you'd be happy with. Almost kind of 20, 26, 27 big blinds. 7 on the river, no good. Pavel going to leave us in 6th place for 4,000 and something euros. Just over 4,070, something like that, 4,170. GG, sir. Takes us down to 5. Robin still chip lead, and Marte in second there. And I think Cedric probably up into third place now after that pot. Yeah, we got it. So yeah, Stefan down there at the bottom, 11 big blinds. No, everybody else got a bit of breathing room, 20 bigs. Next smallest stack, 21 bigs. Marte catching up a little bit, but Robin still has a massive chip lead. King Queen off for Marte in the hijack. He's going to be opening. Ace-8 suited for Gregory in a small blind. Goes for the jam. No, once again, is saying call. Call. Looks a lot like all in. All in. Yes, all in. But it was not. It was a call. Raise to 800k, gets called out a small blind from Gregory, so off to the flop. Interesting one. Interesting one. Second pair for Gregory with the backdoor flush draw on top pair. Good top pair for Marte. It's like about 1.4 million. Another chunky bet. He likes to go for it, does Marte. Gregory not going anywhere just yet with the second pair and the backdoor flush draw. Club on the turn could be really interesting. 10, a bit of an action killer for Gregory. Goes all in. Marte snaps him off with the king queen. Gonna see the bad news. Gregory's erratic shoving finally caught up to him. Runs into top pair, looking down the barrel here. Needs to find an ace or an 8 on the river, otherwise we're going to be down to 4 in quick succession. Gregory demands from the dealer, Robert De Niro. Give me a 4, huh? Hey, take a 4. Take an 8. You want an ace or 8? Just like that. Ream over. Marte fist pumps the air. Says, come on lads. We're going to Vegas. Disappointed. Gregory leaving in 5th place. GG sir. And there we have it, down to 4. So Stefan going to be pretty happy with that. Ladders up a few spots. He's been quiet this final table, but it's paid off for him. Marte building himself a nice stack. He's going to be definitely very close to Robin's stack now after winning a couple of those big pots. What's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 17, 18.5. Yeah, got well over 20 million. We've got 24 million. There's 27 million, so very, very close now. So, yeah. But Robin still with the chip lead. Hasn't relinquished it once. Had a massive chip lead coming into the final table. It's not so big anymore, but still very, very big. Look at those 2 short stacks, 8 bigs, 20 bigs. Like, we've got them covered a few times over. So Stefan next up on the chopping block, unless he can potentially spin it up. Cedric done a nice job as well, laddering up to a 3rd place now. 4 people left. Very good. So one of our previous Banco winners or deep runners, Gregory, out in 5th. Mate only one in to defend the Banco multiple winner crown. Well, I think he actually got 2nd in the Masters and he only had done 1 win, so... Mate with the ace queen under the gun, raises it up, chunky 1.2 million, but gets it through. Inevitably going to happen a lot when you go for these big sizes. People are just going to fold more, but not necessarily a good thing because you're going to have a good hand some of the time. Like ace queen, pretty strong hand. Wouldn't mind playing a board with that kind of hand, but Mate just on a mission. Eight 3 off for small first even in the small blind, just lets it go. Gives Mate a walk. Seems fine. Nine 7 off for Robin under the gun. Comes to open. Left it a bit late to start opening the kind of weaker hands, but got there eventually. Stefan's shoving. He's just going to get this one through. We didn't see what he has though. Be nice to see. But... oh, it's tiny. It's like 6 big blinds. Yeah, he has to call. Ace king, that looks like. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realise it was so few chips, so yeah, has to call. Stefan needs to fade 9 or a 7. Could be 3 knockouts in very quick succession, if not. Pretty safe flop. Couple of, like, a bit of a backdoor straight draw. Obviously a 9 and a 7 still live. Ooh, spicy. Love him picking up the open ender. If he doesn't like it, he's giving it a big stare. Oof! Bang! 10 ball on the river. Robin scoops that one. Stefan does not find a double up, and suddenly we're down to 3. No time at all. Cedric, now the short stack, playing around 20 big blinds, 24 big blinds or something like that. Robin still holding the chip lead, but Mate also got a nice big stack himself, so looks like we'll be headed for those two heads up, unless Cedric can go on a nice spin here 3-handed, but things move fast 3-handed. You pay in the blinds once every 60% of the hands, 66% of the hands you're in the blind, so in position once and all bit. Mate folding 8-6 suited on the button. Very openable hand, so definitely surprised to see that one. Cedric finds the ace-10 off in the small blind. I think we want to go for a limp jam with this hand. Blind's 200k, 400k now. So we're playing 18 big blinds. But then Robin hasn't been super aggressive pre-flop, so I don't mind going for the raise as well. We can obviously call versus a jam. Eight-5 off for Cedric. This one I'm fine with folding, but 8-6 suited is a much stronger hand. Nine four off for Robin in the small blind. Happy to just let this one go. Does just let it go, and Nate had him absolutely crushed there in the big blind. Come on, let's see some carnage. Lim 5 off for Mate in the small blind. Just completes. Cedric in the big blind with 10 deuce off. Not going to be raising, so goes check check. Go check on the flop. Cedric with the bottom pair. Head for now. King on a turn. Mate going to go for the stab. Cedric sniffing this one out so far. Check on the river. Cedric going to win this one. With deuce. Nicely done. Queen 7 off for Mate on the button, he's going to fold. 5 deuce in the small blind for Cedric. Completes. King 10 suited in the big blind for Robin. I think he's probably going to ISO this one. You may choose not to at this stat depth. 23 big blinds, it's kind of awkward to raise and get shoved on, because you're mostly just up against ace-x hands, and this king-x keeps in some of the stuff that you dominate by checking, but I think raise is going to be a slightly higher EV play. I don't think we're going to get shoved on too often, and when we do, I guess we just... I mean, cross that bridge when we come to it, but probably fold. Eight-six off for Cedric on the button, lets it go. Yeah, chipped up a little bit. Holding his own at the moment. Ace-9 in the small blind for Robin. Kind of awkward being so deep with Mate. So yeah, it just goes to the limp, which I think is fine. Limp call this one out of position. I don't want to raise and play a 3-bet pot with a hand like Ace-9. It's kind of bordering on too strong to fold against a 3-bet, so just limp and flop top 2, absolutely crush it instead. Goes to check. Knows that Mate likes to stab. Put some chips in here and there, so going for the trappy ace check call. No check raise. No need. Nice, 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 nice. Six on the turn changes nothing, except Mate is now drawing dead. Check, check. Green on the river, doesn't change anything. Backdoor diamond's got there, but there's not going to be much of that in Mate's range. Like, he's probably not even going to bet a 9 on the flop. So, not really any flushes in there. Jack 10 of diamonds, maybe 10-8 of diamonds, bets the turn. 8-5 of diamonds, bets turn. 4-5 of diamonds, probably bets turn. Robin just going for value, gets the fold. Ace-6 off on the button for Robin. Going to be raising. Makes it 1.1 million. Cedric in the big blind. 9-5 offsuit. Not going to be defending this one. I think 9-6 we could make a case for defending. 9-5 is going to be a bit too weak. Let's let it go. Mate with the 5-4 suited on the button. Here's for the open. 6-4 suited and small blind for Cedric. Folded. And Robin, Queen 10 off in the big blind, should be defending this one. Does defend Ace Jack for Rainbow, so just a gut shot to the nuts for Robin, and Mate with bottom pair, backdoor straight draw. No backdoor flush draw for either pair. Mate with the c-bet. Half pot. Robin in a tough spot facing the kind of size up. He might just elect to fold here. I don't think peeling one would be the absolute worst versus this player type when we're nice and deep. We've got decent implied odds, but at the same time I don't think folding would be too bad either. It could go either way. There's very minimal EV and calling and goes for the check raise. Perhaps thinks that Mate is just raising and c-betting every single board. Wants to play his hand a bit more aggressively, get a hand like Queen 10, King 10 to fold, so that if he makes a pair he's going to have the best hand more often. Gets obviously just all the range c-bets to fold, bunch of King highs, Queen highs, 10 highs, Jack highs, loads of equity. Obviously he's going to get a hand like a 4 to fold, he might get a Jack to fold even. So, like this play. Folds. Nice play there by Robin. Gets Mante to fold the best hand. There is the Spade Poker Tour main event coming up in Liechtenstein. Bit of information on the screen there. 350 Swiss francs for the entry fee, 150,000 Swiss franc guaranteed prize pool. I'm not sure exactly what that is in real money. Yeah. You can Google it if you're interested. Mate in the big blind with the 10-9 suited, ISOing the limp. Robin just going to fold this one. Robin on the button, hand not showing up at the moment. But he's folded anyway, so not super relevant. Mate in the small blind with the Jack-9 off. Goes for the 3.25x, 4.25x, 1.7 million. 7 deuce in the big blind for Cedric. And 6 off for Mate. Walk this time for Robin. Ace King for Cedric on the button. Playing 17 big blinds. Just go for the induce with this one. No reason to open jam. A few too many big blinds, but he has gone for the all-in. You just make it really hard to get called. By hands like this, Robin might honestly find a fold with a hand like this, and that would be a disaster, because if we opened, he's just going to 3-bet and try and get it in with us with this many big blinds. But yeah, taking the shove makes it really, really hard, because he has to think that we're open shoving a good amount of like worse suited ace-x or like king queens, king jacks to make this kind of call, and I really don't think that's happening. I think this is going to be a lot of just ace king, ace jack. But Robin has called. Mate gets out of the way, and Robin's going to see the bad news. Cedric in great shape for a double up here. Just needs to fade a 10, fade the clubs. So far so good. Good flop for Cedric. He's got the ace of spades as well, so 10 of spades would give him a gut shot and a flush draw, so not even the worst card ever. Obviously not the best, you'd rather it was just nothing, but just gives him a bit of equity, just in case. 5 on the turn brings some opportunities to chop. Jack a 3 for a chop. Otherwise 10 for Robin to win the hand, otherwise Cedric's going to be doubling up here to 14 million. Oof, 9 on the river. Safe one for Cedric, and he is up to 14 mil now, over 30 big blinds. So things levelling out a bit now at the final table. We've got a real three-handed battle on. All high for Robin on the button. Let it go. Mate and small blind jack 7 off. Probably see a limp here. Does limp. Cedric checks back the king 5 off to a flop. Got the same suits as well. Jack 7-7, pretty solid flop for Mate. Flops the absolute joint. Cedric going for the stab as well. Kind of hard to rep nothing once you make all this song and dance on the flop. Get very vocal about it. Point at the board, make a big deal out of it, and then you want to put chips in later. Slams down the full house, like, yeah, the full house. Got some friends on the rail or something. Counts there three-handed, so yeah, getting a bit closer now. Cedric 30 bigs, 55 bigs for Mate in the middle there. Robin 68 bigs, chip leader still, but anything could happen. Definitely potential for some big swings now, like if Robin doubles up Cedric for example, then Cedric's the new chip leader and Robin's suddenly last. King deuce a bit too good to be given a walk there. Oh, 6-4 he had. Still, yeah, probably a bit good to be given a walk as well. Should probably just complete that one, but Robin's still looking like he's a bit annoyed. Again, like, you're still chip leader, doesn't really matter. Let it go, take a deep breath. King 9 suited for Cedric on the button, definitely worthy of an open. Gets it through. Let the 5-4 go on the button. 6-5 suited for Martin. Small blind, he's going to be VPing some way or another. Relax, so just complete. Cedric checks back, dominating the A6. Gut shot from Mate, checks it over. Backdoor flush draw as well. Check, check. Ace-high still the best hand. Mate does have that gut shot though. Decides to bet. Cedric thinking about peeling one off with the ace-high. Thinks there's probably enough draws that he's ahead of. Ace and the 6 don't really block very much because we don't expect Mate to be betting a hand like ace-10 or ace-king. Playing it that passively pre-flop, so but let's just let it go. Cedric taking another one down. Maintaining his stack now. Up, still at about 14 million, over 35 big blinds, so we could see a bit of three-handed action for a little while here, potentially. Nothing for either player on the flop. This one just going to go. Mate deciding to have a little stab with his 5 high. Seems pretty reasonable. Shouldn't be too hard to get something better to fold. Does get the king 7 to fold. Drawing closer to the chip leader, just a few million in it now, 3 million, less than 10 big blinds. Much on the button for Robin, either 85 off, just going to fold. Mate limps the queen deuce. Cedric king 3. Does not elect to ISO, just checks this one back. 3 in the window. Queen on the flop though, so Mate making the best hand, top pair, and I don't think Cedric's going to be folding anytime soon with the bottom pair. Knows that Mate loves a stab, so very easy continue. Fires again on the turn. We don't see him double barrel an awful lot. Every time he's bet kind of be on the flop, he's had a pretty good hand, so nice read from Cedric. Does fold that one. He's 10 for Mate on the button. Robin, something in the big blind, but we don't know what. Nothing good enough to defend though. Banco takes that one down. Very, very close now. Cedric with 10-7 suited on the button. Going for a raise, looks like 8. Is that 950? Robin in the small blind, ace nut 6-4 off, just going to be a fold. Yeah, it through. Another little pot for a stack. And deuce off on the button for Robin. He's had pretty rubbish distribution recently, to be fair. He was getting some good hands at the start of this final table though, so balancing out. Jack for Mate getting it done. Takes that one. A lot of small pots pre-flop at the moment. Nothing. Cedric being very disciplined. Cedric with the Queen 5 off on the button. He's going to be folding from everything that we've seen. I mean, it's fold anyway. Robin in the small blind. Guess he's just completed. Mate with the pump fake raise and then check. Graphics just waiting to catch up. Can't really tell you much about this hand. Cedric folded the queen on the button, so Mate not sure what happened. Robin won. Ace-7 suited on the button for Robin, pretty playable one. After a few orbits of not much. He's going to be opening this one, see what the blinds have got to say. Nothing for Mate in the small blind, he's going to get out of the way. He's in the big blind for Cedric, so we should see a defend here. Ace-high flop could be fun. Be a chop a decent amount of the time, but it does happen the other way. Does call off to flop, hopefully ace high. Oh, Cedric with the 3-bet. Hello, Cedric. Love this. Big fan of this. Didn't even see that. Very nice 3-bet. These hands are good for this exact reason. You can get better hands to fold of the same hand class. You can get some ace highs to just fold pre-flop. Better offsuit ones, and even some suited stuff. Get hands of equity to fold, all the like king 10, king 10, king 9, king 8, king 7, all that kind of stuff. That's, doesn't dominate us, but has good equity, 40% equity at least. So nice play here, using the blocker. Non-believer. Robin calls. Also a fan of suited aces are one of the first kind of hand classes we're going to want to peel versus this. And we get a 7 on the flop, king 7-5 rainbow. Cedric just missing the c-bet. He did it earlier with the king queen 3-bet and then didn't c-bet a good board for him. This king high board is so good for Cedric's range. It's like he's just trying to win pre-flop, and then if that doesn't work, he's like, okay, well, I'll give up now. But yeah, had a chance there. Check. Robin just thinking about whether it's worth trying to get a hand like 10s or jacks or queens to fold. Doesn't really need to bet this one though. I think he's probably going to potentially have some worse stuff to bluff with. But then maybe this is actually best because he doesn't block those. If he has a hand like queen 10 or something, then he's blocking the hands he'd be trying to fold that would play this way. Queens, 10s, jacks are going to be the value hands that mostly play this way, so he doesn't want to be blocking those. So this is actually potentially a good hand to bluff. But he elects to just check and win. Works. Seven deuce for Cedric, no good. Robin with the ace-8 off in the small blind. We saw him limp the ace-9 earlier, so I imagine he's going to go for the same approach with this hand, very similar. Goes for a raise this time. 1.5 mil by the looks of it. Yeah, ace-jack for Mate in the big blind. And around 50 bigs. So goes for the free bet, 7 million. 6 million. 4x. Nothing for Robin to do here really. This hand sucks playing in this position. It's a nice free bet from Mate, but we're just forced into folding. Mate gets it through. And potentially takes the chip lead. Queen 8 suited on the button. Robin, he's going to open this one, 1.4 million. Cedric with 7 deuce again. Very good. Okay, off in the small blind for Cedric. Queen Jack in the big blind for Robin. Cedric pretty short. Again now. Although I'm not sure that that reading is right. 5.6 million. It looks like he's got much more than that. It looks like I can see like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.8 million, 8 million or something like that in his stack. So I don't think he's got 5.6. Interesting. Cedric turning a pair now. Robin flopping top pair, both of them sharing a kicker, so Jack on the river would be really interesting, but probably just going to be some kind of brick. 4 clubs, pretty bricky. Completes the flush draw, but check on the flop. Not going to be that as many flushes in either player's range. I mean, they definitely still exist in both, but not playing around that part of the board. Robin going to go for some value here, trying to get paid by just a 7 or an 8, potentially a worse queen. That's value bet, looks like. 1.3 mil. Oh, okay, there's aren't all 500k chips on top, that's just one 500k chip. So actually, yeah, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5 mil. Makes sense. Cedric can't help feeling like he's being milked, because he is. Rules and sees the bad news. Robin adding a few chips to his stack there, regaining the chip lead up to nearly 35 million. Extending his lead a little bit, back out over Mate. Queen 7 suited for Robin in the small blind. He's going to be involved in some way here. Just goes for the limp. King 5 off in the big blind for Mate. Going for the ISO. Like it. Robin's turn on the button. Cedric all in. Calls it off with the ace deuce suited. Mate with the pocket fives, so Mate favourite here, 60%, 67% favourite to be heads up. And Cedric just trying to stay alive, 12 big blinds or so. Mate just trying to fade an ace. So far so good. Queen 6-3, 2 clubs, got 5 clubs as well, no clubs in Cedric's hand. And the spades on the turn doesn't change anything, really good board so far for Mate. Just needs to fade the ace and that's all. King on the river, not going to do it. Cedric is our third place finisher. He takes home 9,000 something euros. 9,500. Pretty good for €150 buy-in. Very, very solid. Well played, sir. Well played. That leaves us heads up. Very, very close in chips as well. Mate and Robin, your two finalists. 15,000 euros roughly locked up. 25,000 euros for first. It looks like they're going to look at the numbers perhaps and probably go on a short break. So we'll be back. Welcome back, guys. There was a deal done. Robin taking €17,840, Mate taking €17,460. Both of them get a €170 ticket to the Banco Masters, and they're playing for €4,000. So we've still got a little bit to play for. Robin not back yet from his break. He should be back in a minute. Oh man, in the chat box, Don Plecky Jerry says, that English commentator, he speak like he wins billions on Hand and Mob. How much he got for real? Like 10k? Question mark. Yes, billions, Don. I've actually got billions on Hand and Mob. So who's laughing now? I don't have billions on Hand and Mob, but I got more than all of these guys. Maybe even combined. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Just waiting for Robert to get back from the break. Robin, sorry, excuse me. Thanks for your concern, Don. We were all worried for a minute that I didn't know what I was talking about. Alright, we're back. Last few pictures and bits of admin before we kick off. Tension pressure's off a little bit now. Both guys locked up decent sum. 17.4k for Mate, 17.8k for Robin, playing for the trophy, and an extra 3,900 euros. And the all-important first place tag on Hender Mob. That's what we're all here for. Though not me, because apparently I've got 10k on Hender Mob according to Don. Don the legend. Robin on the button with the 5 deuce off. Osalib testing the water. Mate got the same hand. But Mate with the ISO getting it done. Power of aggression. And 5 off on the button for Mate. Just posting a small blind and having a look. Ace-2 suited in the big blind for Robin. Looks like he's cutting out a 3-bet. Looks like about 5 million, 4.5 million. 4.5. That's for the 3x. Imagine Marty's just going to let this one go. Nate with the 4-bet, 10 million. 10 million? Four bets to 11 mil with the king 5 off, just puts in over a third of his stack. Actually, a pretty solid hand to do it with. Blocks ace king, kings, and then this 5 is unblocking bluffs. So he's not got the like Queen Jack 10 part of his range and not blocking the ace, which are going to be the main candidate for Robin's 3-bet bluffs. It's going to be suited ace-x. So putting the hammer down here. Does get Robin to fold the best hand. Nicely done from Mate. Now with the chip lead. 8-9 off on the button for Robin. Goes for the 2.5x. 10-6 off for Mate in the big blind. Seems like a fine one to just peel. But he lets it go. Mate on the button now with Jack 5 off. For the large raise over 3.5x. 9 deuce off for Robin in the big blind though, so lets it go. Ace 9 off on the button. Robin going for the 3x. Got Mate absolutely dominated, so 9 would be an interesting board. 9 high board would be even more interesting, but 6-4-4 rainbow. Ace 9 off still the best hand. Should be feeling relatively comfortable. Double pairs the board now. Ace high should for sure be the best hand the majority of the time. Looks like Mate's perhaps bet 2 million. Yep. Robin calling. And on the river doesn't change anything. Mate, the tap's going to go for the bluff again. That's that chunky bet, about 7.5 million. 7 million. Tough spot for Robin, but I think there are just too many bluffs, and Mate does have the profile that we would want to be calling down more often than other players, and does flick in the call. Nice call there. Mate gonna muck his hand. It shows the bluff back high. Robin scooping that one with ace high. Mate takes a big chunk out of his stack there. Down to 24 million. Robin up to 38 million. Remember, the deal has been done, so they're only playing for 4k. Still a lot for a €150 tournament, but some of the pressure's been lifted. Mate with the 5-3 off on the button. Just goes for limp this time. Nine 6 off in the big blind for Robin, just checks it back. We get Jack 5 deuce. Middle pair for Mate, not much in the way of equity for Robin. It's going to be a check bet fold. Mate just all over the place with the sizings, really does whatever he fancies best. Over the pot there. Injured dealer. Robin on the bottom with the pocket 8s, opening up for a 3x. 1.5 million. Ooh, cooler city. We should see a big one here. Should probably be all in pre. Don't think Robin's going to be doing any folding against a player like this. Does shove, gets called. Going to be down to fumes. Robin down to, oh, not too bad actually. Down to about 12 or 13 million, 25, 26 big blinds, unless he can find a magic 8 ball. No help. Ace King Queen, very safe flop. Mate. Jack on the turn. Now just draw into a chop. 2 outs, 10 only. Just to get half the pot back, otherwise Mate going to be up with an overwhelming chip lead. 50 million plays 13 million. It is brick on the river, just a jack. Mate wins that huge pot. Biggest pot of the tournament so far. Let's get in the count now. So now Mate with almost 100 big blinds and Robin relatively short for heads up, 25 big blinds. Not going to last too long without a double up. So, Mate not even had time to finish stacking his chips. On to the next. Jack 3 off for Robin in the big blind, just checks. Neither player flopping much. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Robin. Mate. 2 undercards, no backdoor flush draw, no nothing. But his aggression once again wins the pot for him. Plenty of great tournaments coming up, guys, at Banco. There's the Banco Masters Anniversary, 30th Anniversary Edition at the beginning of August, 1st to the 8th, I believe. It's got 250k guarantee for €170 buy-in, absolutely massive. Then there's the Polish Cup. That's at Banco in Kosice, another city in Slovakia. It's 100k guaranteed for a €100 buy in that one. Then in December, 10th to the 16th of 10th to the 16th of October, there is the Festival, 500 €500 500k guarantee main event, which is the biggest guarantee held in Slovakia so far. So that's going to be awesome. All three of those are going to be absolutely massive. Do not miss it. Go to spadepoker.tv and to the player portal there. You can sign up, get yourself a discount on hotels, discount on food, last longer, discount on drinks when you stay, etc, etc. Definitely worth it if you're thinking of heading over. There, 10th to the 16th, the festival, that's going to be a really good one. I did some commentary for that one last year, and it was a great event. I had a pretty deep run in that actually myself. Arte, just loving life right now. Loving Banco Casino. A7 suited for Robin. Gonna want to get this one in if he can, but he's gonna have to just start with an open or a limp. Depends for 7 deuce off versus the 3x. Why not? Jack 5. No improvement. Backdoor flush draw for Robin. Mate just leading out 2.5 million into 3.5 million pot with 7 deuce off. I don't think Robin's going to be folding this one. Somehow. Not against this player type. Goes for the double barrel. Just trying to pressure ace highs. Basically, ace highs, some king queen, queen 10, king 10 type stuff that floated the flop. Can't see Robin calling. I can't see Robin folding. Sorry, because what is Mate really repping? Like, who plays a jack like this? Basically, no one. I think we can essentially eliminate a jack, and it's like, is a 5 going for value twice this way? Big bomb on the flop, bet the turn. Maybe, maybe not. I think it's unlikely. So I think we might see Robin just call this one down. Does fold. It's okay, I understand. I think he's maybe just a little bit frustrated, but I think that one makes a pretty nice call, to be honest, but that is completely fine. Jack 8 sweeted for Mate. Just rips it in there. Robin. Oh, sorry, Robin's all in and Mate just called. What's going on here? All 5.4 million, all in 7.4 million. Okay, so we opened to 2 million and then jammed. And called it off. Interesting, interesting. Jack high. Absolutely crushed, but he's been running pretty good. If he can find a jack, it's all over. Nothing so far. Backdoor flush draw though. Picks up a gut shot. No spade for either player. Jack or a 9 will do it for Mate, and that will be tournament over. Otherwise, the battle continues. 8 on the river. Chop. Nah, just kidding. Go on, Mate. So Robin now playing about 35 big blinds. The battle continues. Just getting the proper count. Robin's looked really frustrated this whole final table, as if it's just like a big old chore to be here playing for like 175 buy-ins or something. He was trip leader pretty much the entire final table. Mate just looks like a man who's going to win this tournament, doesn't he? Funky jacket, laid back, swinging in his chair, arms on the table, riffling chips. Robin just looks like he can't wait for this to be over. I'm 5 off on the button. Goes for the Limpski. On cue, Mate's just like, do one. I raise. What are you going to do about it? Absolutely pile driving this heads up match home. Robin looking a bit defeated. King 10 off, all in for Robin, if he fancies it. Mate's just gone, no, I'm bored, I'm all in for 28 bigs, why not? What you gonna do? Robin knows this is just going to be a lot of ace-X, basically, and he's like, do I want to get it in with 40% equity? Which is what he's going to have most of the time. I don't think it's going to be ace-king very often. Does fold though. I don't think it's going to be ace-king, ace-10, that kind of stuff. It's more likely to be weaker stuff. Deuces, threes, fours, ace-4, ace-5, that kind of stuff, rather than the stronger hands. So I think players have a hard time adjusting to people like Mate. They just have a real hard time adjusting to the aggression when in reality you don't need to overthink it too much. It's just like, this guy puts in loads of money all the time, so I need to reduce the threshold for which I put money in and start being happier about putting lots of money in with the like medium to weak strong part of my range, because that's just how you adjust against players like this. You only need to get it in once with like solid equity in a spot you wouldn't normally to win these kind of tournaments, and like you're gonna get it in it. I mean, like the King 10 hand, you only need to get it in once they're with like solid equity. I would consider like calling it off against ace 5 there, getting it in with solid equity. But the bonus is with a player like this is it's not only those ace x hands. It's not only, oh, we get it in and we've got 40%. It's like sometimes he's just shoving king 2 and sometimes he's just got 7-5 suited and stuff like that. So those kind of spots you kind of have to be a bit more willing to take a risk sometimes against these kind of players. Not saying you should just call it off with king 10, but it's definitely really, really close. I'd probably have a hard time folding that one, to be honest. Because I just don't think there's going to be anything strong in there. We remove like aces, kings, queens, ace king, ace queen, all that kind of stuff. Could be like king jack, sure, but could also just be like queen 4 suited. All in? Fold. Mate's just absolutely going for it. Random bet sizes, but it's always a minimum of 3 or 4 big blinds. Oh, they're going somewhere on another break? Why? We just had a break. But what about 7 breaks? Alright, we'll be back. Alright, we are back. Mate has taken a big chunk out of Robin's stack so far. Robin down to about 15 big blinds now. Blinds up 300k, 600k. Looks like he's got around 9 or 10 million there. Queens on the button for Mate, could be a quick one. Goes for the open, looks like 1.9 mil. Loves his big sizes. An 8 off, or Robin lets it go. A7 off on the button. For Robin, goes for the limp, and this could be it. Don't think. Yeah, all in and a call. No way we're folding an ace. And Mate hasn't crushed. So, just needs to fade the 7 and it's all over. Mate will be the winner. 17.4k he took, and Robin 17.8k in the deal. Now this heads up is for another 3,900 euros. And the trophy, more importantly. All Mate needs to do is fade a 7. Good start. King 9-8. No opportunities for chopping so far. Robin just drawing into those 3 outs at the moment. Deuce on the turn. Just need to fade a 7. It's all over. Boom. 5 on the river, he's done it. Look at that excited little giggle. Love it. Mate making a name for himself in Banco Casino. Keeps hoovering up these 5-figure scores here. Absolutely loving it. Second place finisher there. Robin, still a valiant effort. Takes home nearly 18,000 euros for his efforts. Not bad for 150 euros. There is your winner. Mate takes it down. Gets just under 22,000 euros. Very, very nice score indeed. And is going to put his chips together for a winner's photo there. Handing over the trophy. Nicely done. Congratulations to your winner, Mate Sandor, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Leave you with the images of Mate celebrating his win. And I will see you next time. Thanks for listening. See you later.